Agenda additions and approval. 9.1? 5.1? Okay,
I have one addition, and
yes.
that is around the speed trailer.
Okay.
Is that a budgeted item?
5.1, yes, it says 5.1. Yes, and thank you, Councilor Nyberg, for that comment. Did you say you'll move it as amended? Okay. Call the question, all in favor? That would be carried. No delegations today, no public hearings.
We have that delegation at 11 o'clock. It's in camera.
Okay, 11 o'clock in camera, didn't show in here, so. Okay. Okay, so we'll be planning for that in camera. Our Councilor Stevens, are you going to be available this morning? You're just remote, or are you going to be in and out type thing?
No, I'm definitely available. I am waiting for a picker truck to show up, and it sounds like he's running late. So
Okay, okay. So I guess we can go right off the go to the addition, which is 5.1 speed trailer. Councilor Stevens.
for the last 2 years since we purchased that trailer, the demand seems to be continually going up, whether it's trying to get accurate data on how much volume we have, or our nonprofits using it for advertising, and then also for the speed control and education piece, whether it's in areas where we get complaints, or school zones when the schools go back. So we have been seeking a grant for a second one, but I did happen upon a used one that is less than substantially less than what we paid for our last one. So I was wondering if council was willing to make the next step.
Okay. I have talked to Councilor Stevens on this when he said he was going to bring it to the agenda. I do agree. But do we need to go in camera to talk about pricing, or hold it till we're in camera to talk about the pricing piece? Councilor Nyberg?
Mr. Chairman, all we need is a motion for administration to go and investigate this. I don't think we're not going to be talking pricing or any. They can, if they go with that, I don't think we're going to, it'll be an administration decision. It's just brought to us by that information by Councilor.
And I'm sure everybody's had their heart pop up a little bit when they are set up for speed and you come around the corner and all the lights come on and things like that, like the one that's over by the spray park. CEO Casti.
So this item has not been budgeted for, but it is substantially, it's a pretty good deal, I guess is what I'm trying to say. And it is very similar to the speed trailer that we used in conjunction with the town of Stettler. And that one serviced us very well for a long time. I would be looking for council to authorize us to pursue the purchase and for the funds to come from the Rural Development Fund Reserve.
Are you okay with that amendment, Councilor Nyberg?
Yeah, I didn't actually make a motion because I was thinking it was Mr. Stevens. But I'm instructing administration to make this happen.
And it can come out of the rural.
Yeah.
Okay. Any other questions? Is that a motion now from you? Or
I'll make that motion since Councilor Stevens is
remote.
Yeah.
Thank you. Is there any questions, concerns on that? Call the question. All in favor? That is carried.
In favor.
Figured you would be. Is there any business arising from the minutes? We don't have any minutes, do we?
They usually come in the first meeting of the month.
It is on our. Under new business, 7.1, request for decision tax forgiveness due to hardship. Fire, page 4 of the package.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll let Sharon speak to this.
Good morning, everyone. The ratepayers,
Can you pull that mic a little closer? Please.
the ratepayer has come in and spoke with us and is asking council for consideration in forgiving a portion of the 2026 tax levy for the residents due to a fire on April 7th, 2026. The full taxes of the residents would be $868.06, and the prorated amount would be $639.58. That would be the portion that we'd be looking at canceling. The land taxes, the balance of the land taxes would be payable by the residents, which would be the land and for a small portion of the residents. So our proposed loss of revenue could be $639.58 or $868.06. Our recommendations are that the County of Stettler forgive a portion of the 2026 tax levy on tax roll 345002 in the amount of $639.58, and the ratepayer is responsible to pay the balance of the 2026 taxes. The second option is the County of Stettler forgives a portion of the 2026 tax levy for tax roll 345002 in the amount of $868.06, and the ratepayer is responsible for the balance of the taxes, 2026 taxes. Option 3 is the County of Stettler decline the ratepayer's request for the tax forgiveness on tax roll 345002.
I've got a question back on it. Thank you for the presentation, but we haven't really seen many of these before. Is there intent to put a home back on here and?
But so the problem is, if I can, Mr. Chair, is that this property was assessed at December 31st with the improvements on it. So the house was totally flattened on the fire on the 27th of April, or 7th of April. So what we would do is prorate that portion of days that the improvements were there and then not. So I think with the option 1, where the 639, that is where they're paying about $200 and some for the improvements for those 3 months and 7 days, plus the land taxes. And the 818.06 would be removing the improvements for the full year. Am I right with that? Yeah.
Yes.
So I guess
Yeah.
what I'm asking though is if a new mobile home or different mobile home comes in July.
Then if it's there as of December 31st, 2026, it will be assessed as that for the 27 taxes.
Because we've got a lot of new folks that are trying to, I hadn't seen one of these. I don't think I've seen one like this come through.
Yes, we have had periodically. There was one that was, a gentleman had a fire on his house. It was south on Highway 56. We did the same type of suggestion, and it was approved. We haven't had many, yes, but we have had some where the ratepayer has come in and requested for some forgiveness in regards to the fire.
Okay, and then we've got Councillor Stevens online and then Councillor Nyberg.
I know years ago we did do a similar thing on a house on Liberal Road as well after a fire.
Yes.
I'm not opposed to prorating some taxes. I get how our deadlines work with assessment, and it was back in December it was assessed, but I'm not opposed to prorating it. It's hard for me to justify taxing a house that is burnt to the ground. I do have a question regarding the fire response. Have they paid that portion?
I have not looked at the fire bill to see.
Councillor Nyberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm kind of a little bit understanding where you're coming from, Counselor Reeve Clark. I'm not sure that the forgiveness shouldn't be requested as of December 31st, 2027, at which point then we would know the full extent of this. Then you would say, okay, we would forgive 3 months or whatever, or 4 months of that being gone. New trailer came in, it would be easier and less complicated. From my way of thinking, I'm
No,
just
it's
not
not. Easier to
100% sure. Yeah, it seems to me that as of December 31st, December 27, this would take care of itself. But just my thoughts.
Did you have your hand up, Sharon?
Go ahead. I'm just looking up to see if
Okay.
they've,
Andrew?
I think based on the timelines of our reporting, it wouldn't be in arrears if the invoice has been issued already. It probably would have been issued quite recently. So I'm just with a, a monthly billing cycle type thing, I'm thinking that even if the bill is outstanding, that's not necessarily a condemnation on the ratepayer because it would still be within, 30 days.
CEO Casting?
So, comments about the house and the time it's been on the property. So when we assess at December 31st of the previous year for this year's tax basis, the improvements were there. And we tax from January 1st to December 31st. That's the period. This ratepayer only got to enjoy his improvements for 3 months and 7 days. And so he was taxed for being able to enjoy those improvements for a 12-month period. If that helps clear it up a little bit.
The question I still have though is if you move something in, you're not taxed till the following year, but
That's right.
still you might only have a 2-month in your.
So if you took a bare piece of land and you started building a house, you would be taxed at December 31st on how much you had completed. So say you completed 60% of that house, you would be paying 60%, or your assessment would be 60% of what the assessor would deem those improvements to be worth. And that's what you'd be taxed on in 2027. By the end of 27, if you had completed your development, then you would be taxed on 100% of the improvements for 2028. That's just the way it works. We're always a year behind.
Counselor Stevens and then Sharon?
I was just wondering if you would be more comfortable if we made a conditional motion that we forgave the prorated portion if they didn't replace the dwelling before the assessment deadline. Would that make more sense?
Is that
I just think that they're looking for the forgiveness before the taxes are due on October 30th, probably because of the hardships of replacing everything that they I think, virtually had a total loss on the property.
Sharon?
I just wanted to mention, we do not do supplementary assessments, which is where you can put a house on there and tax it halfway through the year. We have, as long as I've been here, we have not done supplementary assessments. Okay.
Counselor Hunter?
I'll go ahead and make that motion. We forgive the 639.58 for this year.
Any other questions, concerns? Call the question. All in favor?
In favor?
Opposed? Mr. Walker, where were you at? You were for it, okay, so Counselor Nyberg and myself, yeah, we're opposed. Okay. Request for decision, replacement fire engine purchase. I see Ivan and Troy are here, so page 6 of the package.
Yeah. Yep. Can you scroll down a little bit on that? So before you today, we're looking to purchase a fire engine to replace in the Big Valley station. We've gone out for several options. An option from Commercial Truck Equipment Corporation out of Delta, BC is the contender we're asking for approval for today. Total dollar amount would be $343 plus GST, and we're asking for an additional 5% contingency for the non-capital items that are not part of the truck. Myself, Troy, and the Big Valley Platoon Chief have gone out and looked at a sister truck in Innisfil. We feel that it would meet all our needs for the Big Valley district. The proposed, as presented here, it would fall within budget as you approved capital item at $850,000 earlier this year.
Counselor Gano?
The plan, we're going to rotate the trucks, right, from one place to.
Yeah.
Is that plan, been in place for a few years now? Has that always been the case, or is this a recent change?
This is more recent. There's always been some thought put towards that, but not like I've written out here in this proposal, where the existing Big Valley truck is moved to Denelda,
Yep.
and the Denelda truck is moved to Bymore, and then the oldest truck in our fleet is actually retired and sold off.
And the other stations are comfortable with this plan as well, like the rotation?
Yes.
Thank you.
That's based on call volume and busyness of the truck also?
Yeah, call volume, available personnel, and where the training needs are, or the training capacity of the firefighters.
Counselor Stevens?
I have an insurance type question. So our brats are not recognized by insurance. However, our current tenders and engines are, as long as they're within that, I think it's a 25-year lifespan.
20 years, sir.
20? Okay, perfect. This is our first time getting into wildland. Do they recognize these ones as well, the same as an engine?
Correct, yes. This is a full-fledged engine that has this one has 1,250 gallons per minute pumping capacity, and that's what they're looking for.
Whereas as one of the,
The Brads, I think, have 250 or 400 gallons per minute.
okay. And is that 20 years, that's based on your pump life, is it not?
That is, yeah, it's a definition under the Fire Underwriter Survey used here in Canada. That's 20 years frontline service, plus an additional 5 years, and then we would have to do annual pump testing on that truck.
Okay. Counselor Hunter?
What would you get for that one out of Bymore then in the end?
Very little, sir.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, that type of truck is not really in service anymore.
So like you're saying $500 or?
Maybe $1,000, like
All right.
they most likely end up at not within Alberta. Some northern Alberta communities may still use that are not dependent on the Fire Underwriter Survey.
So I guess stupid question, but we can't use it anywhere just for standby or anything? For
No,
that little amount?
no. For the cost of maintenance of that truck, the annual maintenance required would not be worthwhile.
Okay.
We've also seen them end up in public works, like parks departments use them for watering trees and flowers.
Okay. So as far as that is, I'd make the motion. Or do you want to make the motion to go ahead and purchase this?
Counselor Nyberg, was that?
Yeah, no, just my comment was in the past, we have offered it to some of our, some farmers have picked it up and ones that have given us assistance in the past. We have basically sent them out knowing that they are going to be there to help us. They're not.
Like a colony or?
Sometimes colonies, sometimes larger farmers, they'll pick them up for a number of things, but that's what we've given them a really good deal on understanding that they are there to assist, not as more as a backup or not even just as an assist more than anything, nothing to rely on So,
Counselor Gano?
There is a program where Rotary clubs drive these units to Mexico. And so if that's something that we want to look at, I'd certainly take that to our district and so on, if that's an option. Yeah.
That is an option, and I've seen numerous fire trucks go down to South America.
Yeah. So if that's where we proceed, get a hold of me. Thank you.
Okay, question on the table. Has anybody else got comments on it? Call the question, all in favor?
In favor?
That's carried. Thank you, Ivan.
Thank you.
And Troy? 7.3, request for decision approving 2026 ASB bursary.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So is Rob here? Greg, are you taking this? Okay.
Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Reeve Clerk. County Stettler Ag Service Board bursary recognizes high school graduates who are enrolled in post-secondary education and have made significant contributions to their community. Bursary provides assistance to the graduate who demonstrates interest and awareness about the importance of agriculture and survival in the rural communities. The $1,000 bursary will be awarded each year. Our recommendation is that the County Stettler Number 6 Council awards the Ag Service Board bursary in the amount of $1,000 to Samantha McNeil.
Counselor Gano?
If there's not a lot of discussion, I'd like to move that the County of Stettler Number 6 Council award the 2026 Agriculture Service Board bursary in the amount of $1,000 to Samantha McNeil.
Okay, any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor?
In favor?
That is carried.
Mr. Chairman, just
Yeah.
in follow up to that one, I just wanted to ask council, is there any interest in bringing forth a policy that would delegate this award to the ASB board themselves? Or do you still want to see it back at this table?
Counselor Nyberg?
Mr. Chair, yeah, I think it's a budgetary item that we basically set the budget for Ag Service Board. If it fits in their planning deal, that's good. The only thing is that I wouldn't want them to cancel it without having council's approval. Because it is one of those ones that's there. This is a rubber stamp.
Yeah. Okay, it's just the only thing I want to make sure though too is it is a bit of a celebration for a young person within our area that's going to post-secondary or university too. So as it's discussed at our table and if it's presented, then that way the public sees what we're doing also and supporting our youth.
I would agree. My understanding is, assuming that this is carried, I guess, already, the ASB will have Samantha in June, and we'd have that public, and I think Councillor Walker will be presenting her award as the plan.
May I ask what area? I didn't look into this, but what area? Is she from the Erskine area?
Big Valley?
Big Valley? Oh, okay.
Big Valley.
Nice.
So that you want a motion on that or?
I think the direction is status quo, so that's fine.
I really don't think we waste a lot of time talking about it.
Yep. No, as we're going through the procedural bylaw right now, sort of in the background, and with the evolution of ASB having members at large, we're just reconsidering, okay, how much authority do they need to be delegated? And that's why this question arose. It's nothing.
Okay. 7.4, request for decision, Range Road 19.3 dust reduction, page 9.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I will let Greg speak to this. Actually had a couple questions, which I did get some answers for. I just got to find them. Sorry. I know that Councillor Gano did ask about what it would cost to pave, and our estimates from Border Paving, which Greg received yesterday, 1.4 to 1.5 million, that stretch of road. A priority for the County of Stettler Administration, Public Works. This would be number one on our priority list to pave. I just gotta find your list, I'm sorry.
The other one was the kind of likelihood or probability of getting granting.
Grant, so, we did the other resource roads through the STIP program. There isn't enough grant money in that program available right now to actually do a paved road, but we will continue to chase it. Or council could look at reallocating either community building fund grants, which was the old federal gas tax, which we have allocated to water projects, or our LGFF program, which we have allocated to gravel crushing and road maintenance.
Thank you for that follow-up.
Thank you, council. So before you, you have information in regards to a bit of the history on Range Road 19-3, as well as options for us to proceed. Last summer, we had some ratepayer concerns that were brought forward to operations as well to the area councillor in regards to the condition of the road and the performance of the dust reduction product that was being used on it. This road has seen multiple products over the years used on it in different applications. The road itself, structure-wise, has excellent bones. It's been rebuilt, it's been shaped, it holds great cross-section all the way through, has adequate drainage on the road and crown. And so in essence, the increased traffic is primarily due to the linkage between Highway 12 and Highway 56, as well as the industry that has developed along this road. Currently, operations has it in our program to use MG30 on this road as a dust reduction agent and a road stabilization. The fines that are included in the aggregates on this road do make it tough because of all the previous products that have been used on it for the MG30 to adhere and bind to. With that being said, the road during heavily wet weather patterns and that doesn't pothole out. There is washboard due to the increased traffic, but it does, have a tendency to hold a wet surface as it will with an MG30 product, and the fact that it's raining and that's its performance is that it pulls moisture from atmosphere or rain and holds it. So with that being said, moving forward, there was request to operations to present opportunities to increase or improve the road surface as it is right now. With those items all, carrying with it some non-budgeted requirements, operations staff has put together these 4 options to present to you today for discussion and direction to move forward with it. So Mr. Reeve, at any point in time, I'm available for any questions or anything for discussion in regards to this matter.
Councilor Gano?
Thanks for preparing. It's thorough. I appreciate that. Balanced. If I read the document correctly, option 4, where we put on DL10, the kind of incremental cost annually would be 45,000. About, like, I kind of did the math there, and it kind of looked that way from 20 to 25 to that 60 some. So that's where I'm going. If we ended up with that, it would see around 45,000 extra we would need.
So right now, yeah, so a light oil application annually at present pricing is about $66,000. So if we take into account the roughly $17,000 that we have been putting into that from the MG30 annually, subtract the 2, it would be an increased value. Yes.
About 45,000 incremental. Okay.
But still a total of 60.
Yes.
Still a total for an annual budgeted item.
Yeah.
For dust reduction on that.
And we designated this road a resource road. And when was that done? About?
Oh, that was almost 10 years ago, I think it was. I'm not 100% sure that road is listed as a haul road. Andrew, can you?
There's a lot of other resource roads too, like look at
Yep.
the one to Secure. That is
Yeah.
a very high traffic road.
Yeah.
And, you look through if any big development that we have could be a high traffic road too, so. This has been, I don't think it was deemed as a resource road.
It
Your
was
ring
always,
roads were resource roads.
yeah, and this one was a ring road as you come up off of the last resource road. I think they got the name of resource road because that's what the grant is called. It's through the STEP program, it's paving for resource roads. And then we were always going to, or hopefully if the program would have lasted, to continue to extend it north and then to be able to get on to 39-2 out to Highway 56 without going through town. So it did have that ring road capabilities to the east.
Where would your paving stop at that 1.5 million though? It would stop at the,
So that pavement quote
Yeah.
would take us basically from where the asphalt terminates just past the old co-op
Yeah.
ag location, across north all the way up and on to 39-2 for an apron on both sides so that it incorporates the full braking and cornering distance or requirements on that road. Because anything less than that is, going to give us issues and concerns with maintenance at that intersection.
as far as a ring road goes, then we're back to Highway 56. You know, as far as a resource road for anything that isn't just going directly to one of those businesses on that road. Counselor Hunter?
So are we getting complaints on this road then, I gather?
Maybe not to the Big Valley ward councillor, but area councillors for at least the 2 terms that I've been working with council as the operations director have definitely received multiple
Okay,
complaints.
can I find out who, or is that common knowledge or not?
Yeah, we can discuss. I mean, I wouldn't want to bring the entire discussion over the past history
No,
of
but-
this council meeting just due to time, but we can definitely.
Because I drove that road yesterday. The only thing I would suggest, leave it alone and maybe go down to 50. I have no problem with that road. I'm sorry, Yvette. And I checked the dust behind my vehicle, both ways at different speeds. And I presume a lot on the south end of that, they're not complaining about the dust, like Doan. I don't know about Duncan, the Verhoeven girl.
The concerns have been mostly industry-based
Yeah.
concerns,
What?
industry-based
Okay,
concerns
and-
on the road.
What would their taxes be? I guess the point I'm trying to get at, you want to put 100,000, whatever you want to put in, and they pay $3,000 taxes. To me, it just doesn't.
No,
compute.
no, they're substantial taxpayers.
Okay,
Yeah. Into the $20,000 mark.
but still, doesn't cover what we're proposing.
For 1 year. But they continue to pay.
Okay, but
taxes
this,
every
a
year.
lot of this, okay, that 20,000, that'd be every year. If we did the MG30, right?
And the light oil would be 60,000 every year. So
So-
that's your taxes basically.
That's where I'm having issue, like, now if I was getting they were paying $300,000 tax. Well, yeah, then you should, but okay, what would their taxes go up if we paved it? Any, or I don't know that.
Unless council put a special tax or on it, their assessment may go up because they're next to a paved road. Not a lot, but it might.
Okay.
Counselor Cano and then Counselor Nyberg. Were you done there?
Well, I don't know. I would suggest people to drive it and just see what they thought of it.
If I may, Mr. Reeve,
Yeah.
just a quick response to Councillor Hunter.
Yes.
No, absolutely. I mean, the road, as I stated, is in excellent shape. It's been rebuilt, reshaped, and has held its structure very well. The concern has been both on multiple levels, though. Dust reduction assists both safety-wise as well. With the entrances that we see onto that road, we have multiple entrances from both east and west sides, properties along both sides. It does allow having a dust reduction on that of some sort. Definitely allows for the safety with vehicles traveling on and off that road. Just as a straight gravel road, there is lots of dust and you could see some issues or concerns in that regard. But it is a very good, well-structured road.
Thank you.
Counselor Cano and then Counselor Nyberg.
I was just going to go over what Greg just did, that where there has been recent complaints is more so when it rains. it is very slick for all those vehicles. Because as Gregory has said, that the fines in the road, the calcium chloride isn't binding to it, and it just becomes soup. And that's where I've recently received the complaints. So maybe I'm getting ahead of myself with James, but my thoughts are we've tried MG30. This has been going on for a long time. I'm not in support of looking into reserves for paving, but I am supportive of trying DL10. And I understand it's a big ask, as we talked about. It's looks like 45,000 additional costs per year. But to expect a different result when we continue to use the same product, I don't think is reasonable. So I can make a motion, or we can.
We've got another comment.
If I could just actually comment quickly, Mr. Reeve, through to Councillor Gano as well, and council. The option to go with the light oil, our intention would be is that it would be through the straight driven surface on Range Road 19-3. We would suspend it slightly south of its intersection of 39-2, just to allow us to continue to maintain that intersection with the continuous traffic, braking, accelerating, turning, heavy traffic. The light oil product, we would have issues with it at that intersection. So we would maintain an MG30 strip at that very north end where it intersects with 39-2, allowing us to be able to keep that surface. And we are seeing excellent results and conditions on that portion of the road, but it does allow us to be able to maintain and uphold that surface a lot easier with less cost.
Councillor Gano?
So as I understand then, from the tracks back to the south to Highway 12 would remain MG30?
Basically we would oil from the asphalt surface where it terminates at Co-op.
Yep.
North all the way to, we would probably leave 50 meters previous to where the intersection of 39-2 is and 19-3 would be all light oil.
Okay.
And then that very northern portion of it, the last 50 meters of 19-3, and the portion that we do on 39-2 of MG30 would remain MG30.
Okay. So it would be MG30 at the ends?
Yep.
DL10 in the middle?
Correct.
By the businesses?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Nyberg?
Just for my comment here, how long would the asphalt last? We would be looking at a 15-year before we would do anything to it?
Well, not necessarily. I know everybody thinks that pavement is the total be all end all, solves all problems, but it doesn't. Pavement requires a lot of upkeep. It sinks a little bit, it wows, and you've got to work them up. But any paved area within the county, we spend a lot of time and money on crack filling and filling potholes and things like that. Very probably that's more common. We've also done any of the substantial paved areas that are dealing with industrial or commercial businesses. I think the federal has got 3 overlays on it. So, you go about 4 years and then you have to put another overlay on it to keep that surface so that it can stay with these trucks, and hopefully they can run at almost 100% year round. Not that
If I may, Mr. Reeve, just through to Councillor Nyberg. So just some rough estimate costs that we've been pulling into our data bank on paved surface maintenance. Roughly at that 10-year mark, you're looking at $1 million and lay on those, and that's not including the crack filling and the patchwork or painting that will be done in between that period of time. And in this case, when you're looking at this stretch of road, roughly 1.5, 2 miles, your milling and overlay on that is going to be close to the $500,000 mark. So when you start, looking at dollars invested for the product that you're using, yes, asphalt, you get hit pretty hard right up front, But then when you cost average, what you're putting away, in essence on annual basis to continue the maintenance of that surface, you're still looking at a product value that's going to be, comparable or less, and get you a road surface that, is going to be acceptable in this market.
I've got a comment too, if you're gonna make a motion. If
No, I'm not making a
Okay.
motion on this. Just I guess the other thing is, and I would say that in 10 years, the cost of an overlay is going to be considerably higher than that $500,000. I am not in favor of the 2 DL10 light oil on this one at 100 or 86,000. You go to pavement at let's say even if you were 150,000 a year, that would get to your 1.5 over the 10 years. Just simple math. I guess there'd be maintenance, but there is going to be still maintenance even in the DL10 product that we would put down. Ultimately, this is a ring road. It's a resource road. We should be advocating to the province to help support this road, because it's not just the traffic that is localized there. It is a lot of traffic that is being brought in from out of county, even in some cases. My only other question is, if we were to put on this a paved surface, would we, or even the DL10, would we be looking at putting road bands on this road?
Greg, go ahead.
Thanks, Mr. Reeve. Through to Councillor Nyberg. So just a couple of quick comments. So one thing that we can do when we talk about maintenance with asphalt or with DL10, with council's approval of our previous capital purchase of a milling machine, it does allow us a lot better opportunity to take care of a lot of that general light maintenance ourselves. However, with the asphalt, again, you're still working with a contractor when you do go to a milling and an overlay. Whereas with a DL10, a lot of that we can basically rework and relay ourselves. So there are some cost savings there in that regard. And scheduling and timeline wise, we can get at these things a little quicker than otherwise. I guess in regards to the second portion of your comments, our intention is that we keep this road surface, allowing to haul the loads that it's necessary to haul for the businesses to do their job.
So I got one other question, and is this imperative that we make the decision? What is our timeline if we decided not to make a decision today to get a little bit more information? Mr. Hunter has some concerns about the where we're getting the concerns from. A little bit more information. Is it a need to do today?
So basically, our timeline is that we're looking to start MG30 projects next, well, it'll be 2 weeks from now. We're going to be doing ratepayer purchased dust control through next week, 1st of June, weather permitting. And then council funded MG30 dust controls the 2nd week of June, and oil products the week after that. So we are working close to it. There is some flexibility. We are able to, with the size of this project, we are able to basically work with our suppliers and be able to have some flexibility in what we do going forward. But it is something as well that we are at that time of season that any investment that we make right now, we want to keep with our timelines if we can, or as close as possible, in order to give the benefit of the product, both for the council, the county, and for the ratepayers.
Sharon had her hand up. CEO Cassidy.
You had asked for taxes. I'll start with the lot or the parcel that's the furthest to the north. Their taxes last year was 29,000 roughly. The next one to the south, it was 58 or 5,800. The next one to the south was 13,800. Co-op was 27,600, 700.
What is it now that it's decommissioned? Is it still that?
Pardon me?
Is co-op still that it's decommissioned?
The fertilizer plant and stuff?
Yeah, they don't run that fertilizer plant.
Yes,
It's been 2 years that the stuff's been, okay.
it's what they have
Good corporate citizen. Counselor,
Just a quick question on that 29,000, is that all ours or is that total
That's-
in?
That's a total taxes.
So we're only
Ours.
on the 29,000, we're really only getting about,
15.2.
yeah. So
So you
just,
take,
I mean, so it sounds like, I mean, 29,000 sounds like a very large number, but we have to realize that we are in and out on half the taxes basically, right? So,
48% of it goes out.
so when we're doing that, it's not just us, right?
Yeah. CEO Cassidy,
I wanted to remind council that we have to order the product. So whatever your decision is, we have to make sure we have access to it and be able to get it. And if we decided to leave this road and not do anything, this is about change for level of service. And so I would encourage, if council is looking at going that direction, that you maybe sit down with your ratepayers out there, because this has been a contentious issue, and the county has supplied dust control for this road for probably the last 10 to 15 years.
yeah, I've got a lot of issues here, and some of them are what Counselor Nyberg's been talking about. I don't agree with DL10 or pavement. We did have a heavier oil on this road at one point, and then it was too rough. Then we had to break it up. That's why we have our fines that don't want to stick the MG30. We didn't talk, MG30s are miracle child. One of the options we had here was to take that gravel off the surface of the road, re-gravel, and put MG30 on to maybe let the MG30 work. One of our complainers on that road is at the intersection where we're going to leave as MG30. That's one of the ones we've dealt the most with. So to me, that option, it is costing us more money up front, but then at least we have a base. Like we got good bones in the road, but the surface gravel doesn't allow for the adherence. So if you take that gravel off, we can use that somewhere else too, which I don't think is accounted for here.
The value of that
Yeah.
product that's still, no, we don't have, I mean, our intention is that we keep that and it's
Yeah.
utilized in other locations.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So whether we stockpiled it, it's close to the shop, whether you stockpile it there or whether you went right from your truck and dumped it to wherever you were going to dump it, so you're only handling it once, there's still a value to that. Put the other gravel on, use our MG30, it can be worked. If the road gets rough, the DL10, you go to try and work it, and you don't have the same opportunities you have with the MG30. I do agree with what you're saying about this road. We have had more and more complaints, but as Councillor Nyberg brought up, these taxes, when we talk about taxes and talk about what goes into roads, etc., we have to remember this download that we have, and that only 48% of what we're showing as a number actually goes into our projects, and that's not providing any other service for the year for that property. So we have to plow the snow, we have to maintain the roads. That all has to be part of that service, and the re-graveling. So I cannot see us going in with a large amount, and we will never absorb it. And unless we get grant funding, and for a ring road, we got to work the government and try and push. And those vendors, we've talked about this before. What would their taxes be in the town of Stettler?
Probably another third as high or more.
Third? It'd be more than a third of that.
Yeah.
The $30,000 one, if you take all their costs in, if we're going to use the number 29 something, they would be $50,000 to $60,000. We see yards in town that we're very aware of what the taxes are.
We've always compared it to future ag in town,
Yeah.
and they're probably double.
Yeah. Sharon?
On the one that on the roll number that was 29,000, the municipal portion is 22,500.
Because of the M&E.
Okay,
No,
and then I had,
this is just a municipal portion. It doesn't show M&E on here. It's just that includes your non-residential municipal portion, which is 21.
So the
Oh.
requisitions just aren't quite as high as that one, because there is
Okay.
M&E, right?
And this is 2025 tax levy.
so our taxes, you're saying on that would be 21? On
The
20
municipal portion, yeah.
would be 21 on the
Yeah.
29 portion, so about a third off. Roughly. Okay. Councillor Hunter?
Yeah, I kind of like the idea about looking into the grant, but I can see the concern about getting a product here. dumb question, I'll bring it up again, but that machine, would that be a good test spot on this road? That, Reeve Clark, what was that called? That machine you and I looked at? That chewed up the road down to a foot deep?
Oh, that was that one that's offered through the,
Oh, through Canoe on that.
yeah, but it's through the people that supply one of our products.
Right,
Cortex,
Cortec, yeah.
Cortec, it possibly could, but I mean, also we've recognized what we got. We have a good road base. It's that surface gravel that, because we broke up that, it wasn't MG, it wasn't,
There's been multiple, there, even right to soil cement's been utilized in that
Yeah.
road, so, yeah.
So that wouldn't help dig down and
it would mix it,
delay it?
mix it a little bit, but I think
Yeah.
the extra cost you'd be putting into it.
Well,
Yeah,
I remember they said we could get a demo, but I don't
I
know
don't
if that'd be a
think
good
it'd be
spot for it or
I don't
not.
think it'd be too mild demo though.
Well, no.
That's
But
what,
they said we could just about do it in a day with
but
that
that would,
stretch.
that would affect your whole base, wouldn't it?
There would be some adjustment needing to be made with that, because that would get us down further into your structure of the road. And like I'd mentioned, we don't have any concern over the structure.
Right.
Basically, it is just what level of service are we willing to provide to this road surface to reduce the dust and give, continually give a good surface treatment and maintenance.
But like Reeve Clark said, that if we got rid of that, all that top stuff, then we took and dug it down, then we resurfaced, then we could put the MG30 on?
I wouldn't want to dig it down.
Okay.
I don't like digging into a road surface that is shown to perform and hold good structure and cross section to it. The minute you disturb it, basically, then you're allowing yourself for an inconsistency in that repacking. And what might happen then is then you're fighting with that road surface to get it back to that point where it's holding its shape again in certain.
And this is another dumb question, but to Reeve Clark and Councillor Nyberg's points about this grant, I think that's a very good avenue to go down before we can make a big decision. I like the idea of just scraping it off and putting new gravel down and grading it and trying to get through this year like that. And I'd love to, if we do get rain, to go up and look at it then. Because like I said, yesterday, I had a passenger that has kept his eye out and we couldn't see a problem with the dust.
Mr. Reeve, if I could just make
Yeah.
a quick comment, there is another parcel that accesses that road. We do have the large grain dealer that is working off of that road. That's their main access as well. There is,
That's mostly from the south though, wouldn't it be?
well, there's
Some from the north?
people come, I mean,
Okay.
if you're coming from the north on 56 and you want to get to that bypassing,
Yeah, I
Going
guess
to
I
the
just
town
never heard
center.
see a truck there anymore.
you roll through, it's true. Currently, they do have a rather large portion of municipal taxes, just shy of $100,000 mark. So there is that to take into account as well.
But there is some trucks that would stay on the pavement.
There are some,
Pavement.
absolutely. Yep.
Okay, Councillor Nyberg, and then we'll go to Councillor Stevens online.
Just the comment about that road and the bones. The nature of the requests have never been that the road is potted out or there's major divots in the road. It's always been that it gets slick and muddy during a rain event or spring and snow event. So that's the nature of that, which tells me, I guess, from information that this is a fairly solid road. It's just the crap that we have on the surface that's giving us some of the grief. If you could take a vacuum cleaner out there and just take up all those fines and leave the rock, you might have some success there too as well, but it don't work that way.
Just to clarify what Mr. Jackson mentioned, that is the municipal portion where the elevator is.
Okay, Justin?
Part of this is expectations, especially with the public, because anytime we treat, and I know it's MG30, but it's a calcium chloride product. Anytime we treat a road surface with calcium, by nature it sucks moisture out of the air to limit the dust, which will make it slightly more slippery on the surface when we do get increased moisture. So there's pros and cons to this. And we have to know that going in. If we're using a calcium product, that surface will get slightly slippery relative to not doing it.
Yes, Counselor Stevens, though, we do it in a lot of other areas, so that would be a, something that can be brought up too. Counselor Hunter and then Counselor Nyberg.
Would we have a cost, what would take, like Reeve Clark said, to go in there and remove all this gravel, all that stuff, and relay it with new gravel?
Mhm.
Like, to me personally, right now,
That's item 3, or choice 3, isn't it?
Correct, yeah.
yeah, so like, I think that'd be a good avenue myself, but.
That's my
Counselor Nyberg.
question. I'm just wondering we have it in both 3 and 4. I'm just wondering why the difference on the two numbers. Where you were. No,
Oh, the gravel.
Yeah.
Vermont.
And 2 and
what about 3 and 4? Move up.
2 is adding gravel, Counselor Nyberg, and not taking the other stuff off.
Okay.
Right.
It said it would just when you add 1.5 miles.
So you're basically thinning it out.
Mr. Chairman, if I can clarify on the recommendations, I apologize. We had a issue where the RFD got overwritten with an old version, but I've put on the screen one that breaks out the recommendations a little bit clearer. So option 1 is no new gravel, just do the dust control as planned originally. Option 2 is add 200-ton miles spread for the 1.5 miles. Option 3 is remove the current road surface material and do a 300-ton spread. And both 2 and 3 would be MG30. Or option 4, remove the current, do 250-ton mile spread using DL10
On top of it after. Does that clear it up, Counselor Nyberg?
Yeah, no, I was a little confused on what it seems like that should have been a basic amount removing, but I see now that you're adding more gravel or less.
Counselor Gano?
Do we have a length of road like this that we put MG30 on? Like, it seems like it's a long stretch, for lack of a better word. Do we have another, or is this the only one that we've chosen to put MG30 on this kind of length?
Scholar Road would.
No, so this would be our longest continuous stretch
Yeah.
of MG30. Other roads that, we have 200, 300, 400 meter stretches, but nothing that would extend this length that this road is.
Paulson's Coulee and off the highways like at the Fen Road West.
Those are 400 meter stretches. Paulson Coulee would be the closest one.
Yeah, and
Be
it is a bad section of road, which if we keep it up
Yeah,
with that,
it'd be close to 2 miles, I guess, that
it'd really be pushing 2
that you'd
miles.
be going on that one.
And it controls, and it helps a lot with the washboard on that hill.
Yeah.
So,
We also do, isn't it MG30 we've been doing off of 835 up by the lake on 40-2 over to 20-4. And it's been pretty good.
Yeah, we don't do it. It wouldn't be that distant.
Yeah, we're not quite to 20-4, but pretty close.
I'll make a motion.
Okay, Counselor Gano wants to make a motion.
I'll make a motion that the County of Stettler authorize administration number 4, remove the current road surface material, add 250-ton spread, proceed with regular road preparation, utilize DL10, and at a cost of this year 86. As we talked about, incremental costs around 45. So that's my motion.
Okay, we've had lots of conversations. I'll put that question to the table.
If I may, can I just have a clarification in that? The DL10 light oil would be 86. The total estimated material and product cost would be 89, 805, 81. Thank you.
Amended, as Gregory has said, 89, 805.
Counselor Stevens?
Just a question for clarification. Does staff think that DL10 will stand up to the weight of the traffic on that road? Because it does limit our ability to do day-to-day maintenance. I would hate to see us oil it. By the end of the year, it's hold or wagon tracks so bad that it's holding water, and then we're having the same discussion next year.
So, Mr. Reeve, through to Councillor Stevens. So, the intention is that it would have structural integrity without the turning radius and everything else included on that road, straight driving. There may be slight, I guess, indentation, but a lot of it, we're seeing, our DL10 stretches in the rural areas that are utilized by residents. When they're laid down, and they're laid down for an annual basis, they hold up very well to all weights of traffic, which we are seeing in agricultural industry, including tractors, et cetera, things like that. So with, going forward with a commitment from council that, an annual application of the DL10, I have no concern with, the road surface, as we would be able to annually then reshape and reset that surface with the older product, remove any of the indentations or maybe damages or pots or anything else that would go along with it.
But the way I read this from the numbers that you and Sharon have been talking about on taxation and the municipal portion, if we included the elevator,
Mhm.
we would be covering this on a yearly basis and still having some money left over. But if we include the businesses along that resource road, or what we call this road 19.3, that we are going to be losing approximately, it would be approximately half of that. We'd be double paying half of what taxation would be on a yearly basis. That's all in, like that's not with just the incremental cost. The all-in cost would be half of what we collected for taxes. So we'd be subsidizing that by the other ratepayers by 50%. So, Councilor Gano?
I do think from a economic development perspective, there is some advantage to have a road that is more favorable. I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
I did work a lot in the North Country, and some of the roads we had to put chains on, and we were still economically viable to go in and out of. So that I think if it's there, it's there. Councilor Hunter?
How long would it get to know what we could get for grants from that ring road?
No, it'll be years of it'll be years.
Okay, no, I just,
Yeah. But it's something that we can start down that path, and but we stack up with, it's like our bridge grants and things you stack
no,
up against all the other projects. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? We have a motion on the table. Call the question. Those in favor? Opposed, in favor is Councilor Gano. Balance are opposed. Yeah.
Opposed?
Yeah. Okay. So, do we have another motion? Councilor Walker?
Oh, I'll make a motion for number 3.
Okay.
Take the old stuff off, put the new stuff on. Use it somewhere else.
Okay. Questions, concerns? Call the question. Those in favor?
In favor.
Okay. Opposed? There's 3 opposed. That's Councilor Nyberg, Councilor Adam, and Councilor Gano, so it's carried. Okay. Our individual for in-camera is here, so if I can have somebody.
I would just
Okay.
say, if we can start in public and just
Okay.
only go into camera if we need to discuss anything sensitive financially. Our standard for going in camera on information harmful to the business interests of a third party is quite a high standard we have to follow. So I would.
It's under the in-camera section, so like.
Yes, I know. We left it there because we thought we might need to.
Okay, we will move then to 12.1 delegation tax for request.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, I'm gonna have to recuse myself from this topic.
Okay,
I will pop you into the waiting room, Justin, and I'll bring you out when we're done.
yes, I guess that would be the first step. Greg, we'll start with you.
Greg Jackson, Director of Operation.
Michelle Hoover, Legislative Assistant.
Larry Clark, Reeve, and Councilor for Gadsby. Waka.
Ellen Gano, Councillor.
Wade Hunter, Counselor for Big Valley area, glad to meet you.
Janet Adam, Counselor for Denelda Red Willow.
Phil Walker, Counselor.
James Nyberg, Counselor for Erskine South Warden.
Nikki Thorstensen, Director of Communications.
Andrew Brishik, Director of Municipal Services.
Yvette Cassidy, CAO.
And sure,
Sharon Larson, Tax and Assessment.
this to you.
And we have one online too.
Yes, we have Michael Miller online.
I think that's mostly just a gallery member.
Hello, everybody. I'm very grateful to be able to meet all of you here. My name is Joe Burry. I own a company called Bornite Energy. I have been operating in the Big Valley area and Elnora area since 2020. Took over a lot of wells from the Orphan Well Association. Took over a lot of wells from Amber Resources and wells from Strathcona. When I took over these properties, they were not producing because of the Trident shutdown of the gas plants. I took on the job of trying to get all the gas moving into the gas plant. We had a lot of theft and breakage and all that stuff in the area, which we fixed all that stuff, activated about more than 100 wells. And we had to go through very difficult processes with the AER. Not initially, we made agreements with the AER, and the agreement was to activate about 26 wells, whether abandoned or put them on production. We went ahead and didn't just do the 26 wells over the 3 years. We did over 100 wells. And instead of saying, hey, that's great, you did a great job, they came back and they started a new legislation, which is called closure spending. We had no control over that. It's not even related to the agreement that we had with the AER. And they forced my company, because of the many wells that.
Just Counselor Hunter is wondering if he should be stepping out too.
That's a decision of Counselor Hunter under the new rules.
Yeah. Okay. Just for.
Thank you. So we did all that stuff in order to get moving. We started producing. I got my production up from 0 MCF per day and, of course, 0 barrels per day of liquids. Got it up to 4 million cubic feet per day, plus about 80 barrels of liquid per day. All of a sudden, we got hit with the closure spending new legislation, which really has nothing to do with the agreement that I made previously with the AER. And they came in, they said, if you have wells that are shut in as of July 1st of a certain year, you have to put aside this amount of money. And of course, all the wells were not activated for a long time. You can't just turn on a well and activate it when the gas plants are not there. I tried to deal with the AER one-on-one. It was so difficult to find who to talk to at that time. Now things changed with the AER. Before the changes, I call it AAER, which is anti-Alberta, but no, now things are changing, but not fast enough to allow people to breathe or remove that initial choke. So what happens because of those issues, they put global refer on my company, and they put me under limited eligibility. What that does is I can't operate as an oil and gas company. I wasn't able to generate the money because of those chokes to be able to pay whatever I need to pay, whether it is municipal taxes or landowners or services or anything like that, which I was paying anyways, but it just put a big choke on my company, and I couldn't even move forward properly to be a good company for my community here in Big Valley and Stettler County. So because of this holdback, because of the negative prices we experienced in 2023, we were not making any money. Yet I made sure that we made arrangements with Sharon and to deal with the taxes, and it was my highest priority to be in good standing with the community here. And I believe I proved that with Sharon because we whatever we committed to, we paid. And I was paying for since July of last year, $40,000 a month to make sure that we make up for all of that stuff. My ask here is, I don't believe what is happening with municipal taxes and all that stuff is something that we can control. It's coming from above. It's similar to what we have with the Government of Alberta legislations on the closure spending. The AER is trying so hard to remove that $563,000 choke on me. They are trying, but they say, well, we can't do anything about it.
Sorry.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I think at this point we should maybe go into camera as our individual may not understand exactly. This is a public, it's televised. And if we're going to start talking numbers for your protection, maybe we should just go into camera. So I would give you a motion to move us into camera, Mr. Chair.
Does that fit the criteria?
I mean, it is a high bar. If council would like to go in camera, we can.
Call a question, all in favor? So you'll have to motions of this?
We'll need a motion to enter into the
Just
tax
give me a
agreement as
second.
prescribed.
Can we, before we leave in camera, can
Oh.
we have a short
Yeah.
conversation?
We're on the camera right now, so we need to go back into camera.
Okay.
Okay, I'll go back into camera.
Call the question, all in favor?
I thought you did.
make the motion that we instruct administration to enter into a tax repayment agreement with tax roll, whatever tax roll we're dealing with there.
228001 and B0R013.
That one, thank you.
Is that good, Andrew?
I think so. Just what was in the oops. The RFD.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good.
Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Okay,
Break for lunch.
break for lunch.
That's the one that talks about 40,000
here?
a month
Okay.
or?
7.5, request for decision, joint use planning agreement with Clearview School Division.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Craig, would you like to speak to this?
Thank you, Reeve Clark, members of council, and of course I'd like to speak to this.
You would be the only one.
Thank you, sir.
So Reeve Clark, I have a brief presentation to go through. In addition, the RFD is available for your information, and the full copy of the agreement is also there that if we need to, we can flip to and ask any questions. But just in terms of a brief overview of what we're talking about, a joint use planning agreement is a formal agreement between schools and municipalities about sharing physical space and the planning for future school sites. It's not a new concept in Alberta. It's been around since about the mid-late 70s, but typically used in larger urban centers that had a lot more coordination between a recreational program, usually a municipal recreation program, and a school, one or two school divisions. As part of the 2017-2018 Municipal Government Act review, the province chose to make these mandatory and basically said that we have until June of this year to put in place an agreement with all the school divisions that serve our county. And they've clarified that serve our county means have an actual school site physically within our county. So in our particular case, that only leads to one school division. Clearview School Division is the only one that has schools in our various hamlets. The East Central Catholic School Division also serves part of our population, but their school is not located within our jurisdiction, so we don't have to do an agreement with them. The general intent of these agreements is to foster or put in place a framework for better communication and sharing of resources. In some ways, it's an effort to avoid duplication. If a school division has a perfectly good community gym and the community and municipality whose taxpayers help pay for that school-owned community gym wanted to access it, this kind of agreement is making sure that we don't build literally another gym on the municipal side, and they share the facilities as great as much as possible, recognizing that there's only one taxpayer at the end of the day, and both school divisions and municipalities have a tendency to go to the province for financial support for those kind of facilities. In the case of school builds, that's 100% financed by Alberta, the government through Alberta Education. I reference in the RFD and both on the slide that this agreement becomes a permanent agreement. So it's almost like an intermunicipal collaboration framework in that respect, for those that are familiar with that from the last, also part of the last update of the MGA. And by permanent, I mean we're mandated to always have one. Not necessarily the exact text of this one, but once we create it, until the province changes the legislation, we'll always be expected to have a joint use planning agreement with the school division that is in our jurisdiction.
Greg, just a question. Can we ask questions through this or at the very end, or how long is your presentation going to be?
This will be about 5 minutes if you can. If another school division was to provide or create a facility within our county, we'd have 3 years to establish a similar agreement with them. So in terms of the structure, I'm not going to go page by page through the agreement. I've broken up in this slide and another slide into 3 major components. So the first one is about organizational and communication aspects. The agreement establishes a obligation to have council to board meetings every 2 years. We do that annual evening meeting that Clearview is hosting, which really kind of falls in line with that same general idea. It also establishes a governing committee made up of council representatives and board representatives and senior administration for high-level review of the relationship and the agreement if there's a need to revisit or make significant amendments or help resolve any issues. The day-to-day work is put down to what's called the operating committee of the CAO and the superintendent. So if there's an issue around things like the agreement for snow removal or mowing grass, that would hopefully be dealt with at that level, at the staff level, as opposed to percolating up to council to board. And while we only have to have an agreement with Clearview Schools because they're the ones that have a school in our jurisdiction right now, we still have this overlap. Our community is sometimes bigger than our municipal jurisdictions, and we free flow across those municipal boundaries quite a bit. So the agreement does acknowledge that for some schools, like the Williams Hayes High School, where about 40-50% of the student population is probably drawn from the county, we may be invited to meetings and discussions about that facility, even though it's outside of this joint use planning agreement and outside of our physical jurisdiction. The other administrative component on the right-hand side, you can see a dispute resolution. For those that have seen many of these agreements between municipalities, you'll recognize the formula. There's an emphasis on trying to resolve issues and disputes at the lowest possible level. And what that means is if CAO and superintendent can solve it, good, we're done. If we can't, it rolls into a graduated dispute resolution process, starting first with negotiating, talking it through, second, the help of an outside mediator, and if that fails, on to binding arbitration under the Arbitration Act. So in terms of the other two components, joint use of space is one of the other big themes in the agreement. And that space could be an indoor facility or it could be an outdoor facility. So sometimes it could be the ball diamond, sometimes it could be the community gym. We don't have a lot that we share right now, and the county doesn't have a lot to put into the agreement. So when you flip to the schedule in the agreement, you don't see us listing arenas or outdoor ball diamonds. Most of the facilities that are available right now are being offered by the Clearview side. But if we had a community group from the county that wanted to access that, that's what the agreement is meant to do. It's meant to talk about how can we access that space when it's not in use for school purposes, what are their terms and the rules, and basically the agreement lays out that the school board is going to manage that, it's their facility, and they may charge a fee for that service for that group trying to access that to cover costs like additional heating, lighting, or janitorial services. There's no combined booking. We don't have facilities enough to be interacting in that way. So our agreement is relatively straightforward when it comes to this point. At some future date, if we were to get into active recreational programming, we may be trying to call upon this agreement to access some of those spaces in the after school hours. On the other side, planning for school sites. So when we do need to expand a school site or get a brand new one as our community expands, this section expands on some of the obligations that we already have in the Municipal Government Act. So in the Municipal Government Act, when we do municipal reserve dedication decisions under the subdivision, one of the uses of that land or that cash in lieu is for future school sites. So the agreement does say that we're first and foremost responsible for providing a site once a school identifies a need. We still have to agree to the planning of a school site. You don't get to plunk it down wherever. So if it's in one side of the hamlet, we think it should be on the other side of the hamlet. That's a planning decision. It's not hamstrung by this, the JUPA. But between the school board and Alberta Education, they expect us to supply a site with services to the boundaries of that site. And that's what the agreement lays out. It also talks about future contingencies, such as if a school site becomes surplus and the municipality is in line for deciding whether or not we want to take over that space or that property. So there's a lot of specifics around that planning for future sites and managing the on almost the real estate transaction between municipalities and school divisions to provide sites for them. With that, Reeve Clark, that's my end of my formal presentation. I would like to draw attention to the recommendation. It's that council accepts the joint use planning agreement with Clearview School Division as presented and authorizes the Reeve and CAO to execute the agreement.
I do have a big question here. When we were talking about, they were talking about building a new school at William E. Hay.
Yep.
There was talk of a big multi-use facility attached to it. Very big facility, and it was attached for also, they were really promoting it for community. First, one of the questions was asked, it was available for weddings, it was available for this, it was available for that. I said, will it be able to be licensed? Because if most people are having a wedding, it will be a licensed facility. And everything went just like crickets. So to me, for us to promote this, I guess it's one thing to have the odd community function in something like that, but if you're going to promote any of this, and if I was going to sign this go forward, that this was going to be a huge asset to our community for social events, it has to be a full community event, just not falling underneath the rules of Clearview, because we've had pretty good working relationship when it comes to the pact. But on the same sense, that was even at points was almost being jeopardized by this new build. So before we sign something that says, yes, we're going to jump in with both feet, I want to make sure the facts are on the table, because what they want us, they want our support by signature, that's one thing. But if they're looking for financial support from the community on it, that's a totally different thing. Councilor Nyberg.
And thank you for that, Mr. Chair. The one that I have always, when it comes to the school, we just talked about it earlier, multiple dollars that we collect as taxes, up to 40% go to the school division. and then to turn around and then ask us for money, pretty soon we're only going to get 30% out of your municipal tax dollar if we keep giving away money. So I'm always worried. I'm with you. I don't mind supporting them in a initiative if it is a, support by signature, but when it starts becoming financial, I really do believe that's a double dip. So I'm cautious of this one too.
Okay. Okay. So first up, the agreement is broad and umbrella, so it doesn't commit to those kind of specifics. I asked Andrew to pull up section 14 of the agreement, which I think goes to the same project that you're talking about. If there's an invite for us to participate in a bricks and mortar, and the MGA requires us to provide sites and lands, it doesn't require us to provide bricks and mortar. That's a separate decision. This is why the JUPA has a section devoted to facility-specific and site-specific follow-on agreements. And I think it does go on to the second page. We may just look at.
This discussion we had before though, Craig, was grandiose. It basically had the kitchen that, they could have used the people that were taking cooking classes to cater for all this learning, for all this cash generation, for big banquets.
And I think that's a good example, Reeve Clark, of under this agreement, under the joint group, if you want to have that conversation and bring partners together, we're going to have another more detailed agreement is basically what section 14 says. We're going to talk about exactly how are we paying for it, what are the rights and privileges of the partners, and we also have to talk about a future divorce if it comes to that stage. And that's basically what section 14 goes through. We can have the same conversation about a new facility being added to the Erskine School. So for example, it's not uncommon. I'll use a Red Deer example. For years and years, one of the asks of the municipality was when a new school was built in one of the neighborhoods, the city would run an outdoor rink, but they wanted to build a outdoor accessible warming room for change your skates. So they would go and say, we're interested in this small piece. Alberta Education is paying for the rest of the school, but the city is prepared to pay for this small piece in addition. So that's what the kind of relationships that this overall umbrella agreement contemplates. But it doesn't make a commitment for us right now to say, sign us up, we're in for $131 million, no questions asked. It says, we'll talk, and we may say no.
Councilor Gallo?
The Gadsby School, do we county have any interest in it anymore, that property?
No,
I'll sit here as absolutely no, it was sold.
Good, thank
And
you.
it was almost given away.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it
Can
should.
we
had
scroll
wanted to take that over as a community hall. I think there's a person on the end of the table that was involved there too, because it was a great gymnasium. We would use it as a hall. There was opportunities to set up training facilities to the north end, et cetera, from a community basis. The heat was turned off. The desks and books were stacked in our gym with the beautiful floating floor. And when we inspected it, the floor had 7-inch heaves in it. So that showed the community portion. We also kind of saw the same thing when it came to Elkhart. And then Clearview did take, or Catholic school did take over, but the community was trying to take over that school, and there wasn't great cooperation. So the gym now is used as a shop with pig hauling trucks put into it, and the existing part of the school is falling in. Like the classrooms and stuff. So that's our collaboration in the past.
Reeve Clark, up on the screen, we pull up, this is a schedule of the 3 sites that this JUVA would cover. So those are the only ones that we have any potential discussions around.
Yeah, I was just making sure that had been closed, and it appeared it did close, but not.
And also how thick schools were left, the Indian school is another good example. Yeah.
Okay.
It's in design. We've had lots of complaints on it. So, Councilor Stevens.
I don't want to jinx this, but are we going to how much of a process is it to update this? Just looking at the list there, that list could potentially grow within a calendar year.
Well, probably not within a calendar year. So it depends on your scenario. You'll probably have to shed more light, but I'll talk to how we.
If a village were to dissolve,
we'll have time to deal with it. So if the agreement does contemplate new builds.
Okay.
And rather than coming back and amending the agreement to do this, basically there's already a provision in the agreement that says this schedule can change upon mutual agreement. It's also possible for one of those sites, let's say we're using the Botha School for Community Programming, but it has to go under a 2-year maintenance major retrofit. It could temporarily come off the list and say, sorry, we have an agreement about availability, but we have to maintain the facility, so we're going to temporarily suspend it. So that's contemplated in the agreement as well. Usually for a new build, it takes time to plan, develop, and actually open a school. That's a 5-year process easily. So for the school division, they need to give us at least a 5 years head start from their opening day to say, what do you have available for a site, or can you acquire and get a site for us? And they're expected to do 3-year capital planning with the province and to look out, I think, even 10 years to identify where their needs will be. So there's a lot of emphasis here on you can't wait till the last minute to tell us. We have to have that ongoing communication because we just don't have a school site ready to go. So that's why it probably wouldn't be a calendar year to switch. If it is an issue of disillusion, that's probably we would use that other, almost like the maintenance example, just to update the chart.
Yep.
You're still open for questions, or we're?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Is there any other questions for Craig? You've got, okay. Oh, okay. Do you have a question, or, okay, Councilor Cano?
I'll make a motion that for number 1, council accepts the joint use planning agreement with Clearview as presented and authorizes the REEV and CAO to execute the agreement.
And as long as section 14 or whatever that piece is has some power to it, I don't want us to go down the path we went down in the past. Okay, any other questions? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. I think you're the, Craig, I think we're continuing with your things. 8.1 bylaw 1763-26 Regional Subdivision and Development Appeal Board and Service Agreement, page 46 of the package.
Thank you, Reeve Clark. So a little bit of history with our the closing of Parkland Community Planning Services. We have to get a different regional SDAB option. Red Deer County has come forward and indicated they're prepared to take us on as along with other municipalities on a trial basis for over 2026, 2027. And they've offered us a fairly attractive arrangement, very relatively comparable to what we had through PCPS. The overall cost would be $500 a year. And then if we get an appeal, we would have to pay the out-of-pocket cost for paying a clerk at around $75 an hour, which would be supplied by Red Deer County staff. Paying per diems for members, similar to what we were doing already. And if there was a lawyer or legal bill, we would pay for that as well. Along the way, we also have to strike down our previous regional SDAB bylaw. So we're replacing one bylaw with a new one, and it would be appointing Red Deer County to be the coordinator or clerk for the system. They would look after the appointment of the boards, and once an appeal has been handed over to them, basically run the process just like we were used to in the past. So the recommendation for council and Reeve Clark, I am seeking 4 motions on this one, all 3 readings of the bylaw, which means the motion between 3 and 4 to move on. The recommendation is to give first reading to bylaw 1763-26 and then move on to second and third reading if council so agrees.
Councilor Stevens?
I think there's a tremendous amount of value in having that arm's reach third-party group managing our appeals. That was one of the things I really liked about Parkland planning. So for that reason, I will move first reading of bylaw 1763-26.
Any questions, concerns? Call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Okay. You'll give us second reading, Councilor Nyberg. Any questions, concerns? You voting or you got a question?
Oh, no, good, yeah.
Okay.
voting.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? That's carried. Who will take? Councilor Nyberg, give this last motion, call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
I'll move third reading.
Okay. And I'll call that question, all in favor? That's carried.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to thank Craig for all his work. You've shopped this with several different options, different counties, different cities, and even a private group. So this was by far the best option.
And quite a number of other municipalities got to ride Greg's coattails.
Yeah,
So,
as usual. Yeah.
Okay, well, that's, I guess, when people steal shamelessly, that's very much a compliment to us.
Yeah.
yeah.
Okay, 8.2, Mass Bylaws 1764-26, repeal of Parkland Community Planning Services Master Agreement.
Yes, thank you, Reeve Clark. This one is very much a housekeeping item. We joined PCBS by adopting the master agreement by bylaw, and it's just no longer valid. So rather than leaving it on the books, we're recommending that it be formally repealed. And that's what bylaw 1764 accomplishes.
Counselor Stevens?
We're pot committed with our previous motion, so I'll move first reading.
Call the question, all in favor? That's carried.
I'll move that.
Okay, Counselor Adams, second reading. Call the question, all in favor? Counselor Hunter, you'll take us to third.
I move to third reading.
Call the question, all in favor? Counselor Gano,
I'll give you third reading.
and call the question, all in favor. That is carried. What's up? Good. Hey,
It was a
thank-
lightning round.
Thank you very much, Greg. As CEO Cassidy said, we know we've always got things in good hands when you're working on it. So,
We are very lucky.
yes. Correspondence, Clearview School Division, Bymore School, grade 7 to 9 programming review.
So wanted to bring this to council's attention, emailed this out earlier for you. Speaking with Councillor Walker, the meeting's been changed to tonight at 7 p.m. If anyone
Tonight.
from this council wants to attend. Was kind of wondering if council would like to send a letter to Clearview with any ideas or recommendations that you would like the board to hear.
Can you roll to the, I think it's the end of this letter where they talk about a statement. I'm not sure. I think it might be right at the end. Maybe not. There. That's the ask, I guess.
That's, I would think a big part of that will come from the community meeting tonight, but Counselor Stevens?
I mean, the request about a victim impact statement for an interesting choice of words, but in a lot of these small hamlets and villages, that school is the hub. This is the central meeting point. It is the place for all community activities. And the further we put these kids on buses for school, especially at elementary age, I mean, that is some pretty real and long lasting effects on kids when you're talking about, 2+ hours on a bus for a 6-year-old. That's a lot of time. And I have no doubt that this would have a huge impact on the community. I mean, we've seen this play out in Gadsby. It had a real impact. So some sort of statement of impact, I think that's pretty easy for us to provide.
Counselor Walker?
John had said today that Both and Brownfield are two of the schools as well that are really close to this. He said there's like 6 or 8, but those are the two he could remember.
Brownfield is 1 to 12, but Both is 1 to 13 or 6.
Oh, okay.
9. Yeah, Brownfield sends all their. Wow, before I got on there. Yeah, they go to coordination.
So, and what about Big Belly? Where they go 1 to 9, don't they?
K to 9. Yeah.
So K to 9. So why wouldn't they move these? In the letter, they talked about moving them into Stettler, which, in all accounts, it seems to me that Stettler's fairly full. Why wouldn't you move them to Big Belly? I just question. I don't know.
Yeah, if I may, Mr. Reeve, they do have direct busing from the Bymore School into the Stettler School. It's a specific bus that makes that travel.
It's the high school bus.
And the bad influence.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's just they're consolidating into one. I get it, but you seem to be plugging the Stettler School even more. I don't know. Might be an easier pill to swallow if they were going to a smaller school, but I don't know.
I would say it'd be easier on the kids because I'd assume your busing travel time to go to Big Valley would be about half what it is to go to Stettler's.
Especially at that age group. Just like I said, not my wheelhouse, but I would just a question. I guess as a parent, that's what I would be asking. But Councilor Walker.
Yeah, I do think that a lot of the kids go to Big Valley already.
Yeah, just further to Councillor Walker's comment there, students do go to Big Valley. That wouldn't be designated their school of, that would be a school of choice, not the school that they would be destined to go to. So school of choice students would then pay an added fee for busing to go to that school of choice.
I was referring to the RMA website. So it's a resolution that has now expired, but there was a resolution around sustainability of rural schools. And when it expired, it was tagged intent not met. And it looks like a bit of reading in that resolution database. It talked about a campaign that was going to be done. So I'm not sure if we may want to resurrect that resolution or not.
And from the RMA perspective on that, when you're sitting at RMA also too, an hour bus ride, like a lot of the schools that would get talked about at RMA, an hour bus ride would be minimal for the kids from the catchment areas and those further north areas. So I did put a request into RMA just on because intent not met would come from the government of Alberta. That wasn't stated from RMA. It was intent not met from the government of Alberta. So it would be through the education minister. So basically we're told at that point that they're not going to follow through with what our request is. So Wyatt has not gotten back to me. So as soon as I get information, I will put it back to council, but it was there, and that would have followed through the resolution process the way it does, would have been presented to the districts and then dropped. But we have heard in the past, there's lots of talks about schools just because of what it is, what it affects our kids on buses. Councillor Stevens?
I mean, a best case scenario is that this public meeting raises some interest and maybe some families change direction, because I know of a handful of families in that area that have chosen to take their kids to a different school that would have been in that school zone. Perhaps if some of those families realize that unless there's an uptick in attendance, this is the likely end scenario, maybe they'll have second thought.
Councillor Walker?
Yeah, John did say there's a couple more homeschools. If it's the one I'm thinking of, there's actually 4 kids in that family. So if they do move there, it'd be a good thing because they're all young.
Councillor Gano?
Just if you could roll up, I think there was a June 3rd date mentioned. So that meeting, the public meeting, has actually been postponed. This happened to fall on the same date as a funeral. And so this public meeting is postponed. The meeting tonight, parent council meeting. So just for clarification, it's a jurisdictional thing. Thank you.
And the other one I think is June 2nd. It was put to June 2nd is what I'd heard.
I had a recent text.
Okay.
They haven't
picked the date?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I may not know,
Yeah.
but I could know.
Yeah, okay. Councillor Nyberg?
So I don't know if there's that would be an option for the Bymore school, but I know what ended up happening with the Mirror School. They privatized, and that school, I want to say there's like 101 students in it, and they closed that school for enrollment issues. So I think the Clearview And similar what happened in the Halkirk one, that was a situation, I don't know if it was as big a success. But I would just hope that if Clearview is going forward, that they don't, just because they don't run the school, somebody else can't run it. They seem to get in this motion of, if I can't have it, nobody can. And they did that with Botha, I think, or Gadsby some ways. And I just hope that isn't where they're at right now, so.
Counselor Nyberg?
Oh.
Stevens.
This is a call.
His words were still stinging my ears, so.
This is a callback to a half hour ago. According to our recently signed and approved JUPA, we would have some skin in the game if they choose to not operate that school anymore.
So what are you looking, is there do we wait for the public meeting for us to put our opinion?
Mr.
back
Chair, and
on
I think at this point, we should, I mean, you could put forward, yeah, this is going to be detrimental to the community, yada, yada, yada. We would just be Captain Obvious at this point. I'm not sure we could write a letter, absolutely. But I mean, other than it's just, yeah, it's going to be detrimental to the community. Just what Mr. Stevens, you could take his words, but I don't know what more we would say because we don't have a lot of the details either. So.
Councilor Gano?
Again, at the bottom, I wasn't exactly sure of the request and who we were going to write to as well.
To what I read there, Councillor Gano, was that it would be to Clearview in a community supportive situation, saying, "Hey,
the point about the 6-year-old and 5-year-old kids riding a school bus though didn't go very far 20 some years ago, when my kids were going to Gadsby, because we've got kids right up in the northeast corner of our county that would have to get on that bus, which they're picking them and the high school kids up at the same time, and they would have a long bus ride and a very long day, but it still happens. So, Councilor Stevens?
Well, I'm comfortable making a motion that we send a impact letter to Clearview. And if we could get updated on when the public meeting is, I think it would be helpful if at least a couple of counselors were there just to bring back more up-to-date information.
Well, school in a community is a very important thing. Like it's
Evening meetings.
okay. So we have a motion on the table. Call the question. All in favor? That's carried. Consent agenda items. Is there any, Councillor Walker?
School.
Oh.
Yeah, they had a meeting here, what, 2 month and a half, 2 months? And all I said was, include in your letter that, because everybody there was going to send a letter to our education minister. And I had just say your votes come from rural Alberta, but obviously that didn't help.
Okay, so from consent agenda items, do we have to pull any of those up, or it's just
For your information. Yeah.
any questions on the consent agenda items? Councillor Stevens?
Yeah, just one out of the RCMP. And this got discussed briefly at the joint meeting. Want to go to page, what is it here, 77? So there was talk of costs and service level, and it's just the numbers of staff. So we have the non-municipal, so outside of the town, is 4 positions, 2 currently filled, 1 temporary absence and 1 hard vacancy. And I understand that temporary absence is pushing the limits of temporary based on my definition. But it's important context when we talk about the cost of policing and our escalating policing costs when you don't, it's tough to justify that amount of cost for 2 staff. And what value there is to our ratepayers relative to our neighbors.
Any other comments on that? Counselor Gano?
I can move acceptance of the consent agenda items for information.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried. Then we're back to in camera. If I can have somebody take us in camera. Counselor Gano, call the question, all in favor? almost had it by the motions right there, so. Counselor Stevens?
I'll start in reverse order here. I'll make a motion to instruct administration to share the lobbying information regarding unpaid oil and gas, as well as the concerns about mature asset with our town partners.
Okay, call the question, all in favor? That would be carried.
We received a communication regarding museum. I'll make a motion that we instruct administration to offer up a change in funding for the museum. They had indicated a strong level of support and other topics like rec to go to a 2/3, 1/3. The logic behind it being that the town was most likely to see the spinoff, a higher level of service, as well as higher town usage, combined with the fact that the county funds other museums outside of the town. So currently it works out to be 68,000 combined, so 1/3 of that would be, what are we looking at? 66 times. So call it roughly 22,000.
Counselor Gannon?
And that is for which year?
That would be for 2027. I do not believe in changing budgets for any of our mid-year.
Okay, Counselor Member?
And this letter will be sent to the town and the museum for,
I think that's a good point. I'll accept that as a friendly amendment. We do need to share and keep our nonprofit partners up to date as well.
Okay. Call the question, all in favor? And that's carried.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we instruct administration to send a letter to the town council and administration stating that our support in the airport will be, we will continue to pay only the taxes that we collect, and that our involvement will no longer involve having a member of council at the airport meetings. And so this is a level of service decision, and what benefits we get back to the county residents needs to be taken into account. It has been made very clear to us jurisdictionally that the town is responsible for the airport, and I think we have can continue to go forward with that. So the motion would be that we only continue to pay the money that we collect in taxes and go from there.
Call the question, all in favor? And that is carried. Okay, next meeting. Our next regular council meeting is scheduled for Wednesday, June 10th. And last item on the agenda.
Just a note, I will not be here for the June 10th meeting. You guys can have a holiday from me.
Yeah. Okay.
I move to adjourn.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Adam. Call the question, all in favor?